Back at it again. All right, all right. All right, note to self. Stop playing anything that could be. Anything that could be. I was listening to like Nicholas Bertel scores. Stop that because that's probably some copyright violation type of stuff. So let's see. Let's see what happens with the quiet stream. All right. What do we want to read today? Open browser session. Let me prep one. I don't even know what's really going on. There we go. So, go to my primary screen. Everything is cleared there. I close everything I don't want to be showing on stream. I can probably bookmark a couple of things. I have a bunch of stuff that isn't really helpful to have pinned. And today is the day I'm removing those. So let's see. Closing a bunch of them. Here we go. Maybe I should, whatever. A bunch of them cleared out. I have Discord link. I have my perfect. All right, I think I've cleaned up shop. Let me hide my bookmarks bar cleaner. I think now I can start sharing. Let me double check that audio is working. Okay, so back to settings, audio, I see that little symbol. All right, so through checklist, presenting, share screen, and big monitor, that's that one, share, that's on screen. Okay. Cool, so today's gonna be a short one. I have almost no headspace left. I need to stop my clock or start to stream. Let's see what we've been up to. Come on. My days. For some reason I worked pretty late. Like way into what 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock ish. Imposter Endurance back. What's good? Happy to see you. Did you do any hacking meanwhile? Maybe tinkering with ChatGPT to create your story generator? I haven't been up to much crazy hacking, although we've done a lot of cleanup work on formation tools. So slowly but surely, since what was the last time we spoke? Last week, obviously. the thing is looking considerably cleaner, and I'm pretty happy about that. So, you didn't get to hack on that. I understand. Like sometimes I have the feeling that I want to do these. Oh, yeah, I've heard that a lot. Poor, poor, poor you, actually. Not really. I mean, like you're happy, but yeah, kids will keep your immune system on tilt, I guess. Um, but yeah, as for ideas, like there are a lot of these cases where you have this idea and then you're like, probably quickly hack something together. It takes you a good couple of weeks within in the spare time that you have available. So like hacking something together is really hard if you have like so many other things to do. So yeah, that's a little upsetting. Huh. You have the same stories like a good bud of mine. Um, you probably don't know Oz, but Oz is going through the same thing with kiddos. Like every time I call Oz, there's someone under the weather. Um, but yeah, I guess that's what your situation often is when you have these kids that go to these herds uh, as they're teaching or training their immune system to deal with the world. Yeah, funny, but it's really good to have you here. What are you tinkering on today? Are you reading something? Are you working on maybe a paper or something of that sort? Really curious to hear more about that. And let me also get my screen set up in a way that is a little easier on me. Okay, so we got a couple of merges delivered by Idrissa, I believe, and some other folks. So what we're going to do, we're basically just going to have a look and see what we have here. Um, Probably the best way to do that is to fetch everything right now. Passwords, obviously, for SSH keys. Nothing at the moment. Okay. So right now, are you just purely watching, or are you flipping through some text, or doing like some light administrative work, like grading papers or something like that? Because I can imagine that watching a stream while doing some intense stuff is pretty challenging. So you're either casually keeping us on the side, listening to it um, while doing some light work, or chill it. Oh goodness, this is good for. Oh yeah, of course, university. This is the life. Okay, this is good to hear. Enjoy that. Oh yeah, and you also have to recover. Folks. Imposter engineers living the life. So happy to have you back. It's kind of good to have like my standard audience that I can engage with on these chats. So what we're going to look into today, I think there's this token limit on OpenAI. This is not related directly to work, but I just wanted to look into um, whatever limitations are here. I remember it was something like maybe 4,000-ish tokens. And I kind of like want to figure out how large the text can be that we feed into the models, or how we can fine tune this thing on a relatively large corpus of text. Oh, you have to create a course from scratch. Ooh, okay. All right, so Imposter Engineer has to create a course from scratch, only 30 days. What kind of course is it going to be? Please tell us something in like um, machine learning. Nah. I'm quite curious to understand what you teach actually. Um, is it the electrical engineering, computer science, and mathematics faculty? Operations management. Oh, snap. What kind of operations? I hear you. Okay. All right. So imposter engineers is basically writing an operations management course, only 30 days. Do you blog hospitality ops? Aha. All right. I know nothing about that, but I can imagine there's a lot of like formal processes here because you have to maintain quality service, not just on the sleeping accommodations, but also on the food and all of that. The plumbing, there's so much infrastructure there, but I haven't the foggiest of the size of an operation like that. I'm also quite curious. Do yeah, queue management. Oh wow. Now that sounds like something that comes closer to like distributed computing type of problems where we have like a lot of information we're throwing to different queues and then we have to like pop them off the queue, process them, do whatever, and then you have all these beautiful dynamics emerging when certain things happen at the same time or little weird bottlenecks or back pressure occurs in weird places which you probably wouldn't have thought of in an isolated case, but only when the system starts operating in practice you then find out like, oh snap, this is what happens if there is a large conference in town on a holiday where people are typically traveling into town as well. And then for some weird reason, because of the holiday, some of our suppliers are not available in the same way. And boom, this happens. Some case you probably never really practiced for or thought of. Um, that you then kind of like have to keep in consideration somehow, like at least the possibility of it happening, or at least your ability to fail gracefully. So wow, I think that's really interesting. What is like recommended reading? What would you argue is recommended reading for someone who wants to get a rough understanding of like the core principles of operations management, maybe in a general sense? Because like when I'm thinking about like operations, like a lot of startups have like a chief operations officer or something like that, and that role seems extremely general or flexible depending on the case you're in. Of course, if you're doing something like Airbnb, uh, hospitality operations, probably not the same thing in that case because you don't manage the facilities yourself. Um, I think I can definitely benefit from that. Okay, cool. Yeah, so imposter syndrome, imposter engineer. Jeez, I keep saying imposter syndrome. Imposter engineer basically said the book seems simple, and imposter engineer thinks I can benefit from that. But I definitely agree with that. I think there's a lot. Yes, please send the link. Please send the link. There's a lot in operations management that can be helpful in structuring any other area of of a business. I just spent like a good 3 hours going through like refining of documents that need to go to the accountant, looking for receipts in certain places, and we have some ops in collecting receipts, but it's every time right before they have to get delivered to the accountant that it becomes the most painful, and then I have to just find off these one-off things that platforms refuse to deliver in a way that is easily consumable. So I'm like manually clicking through Uber for Business or just like we have Uber for Business and it's typically easy to find receipts there, but I had to travel for work and for some weird reason a lot of these work receipts did not show up in Uber for Business. So I ended up having to go back to my regular Uber interface, the personal one, and downloading receipts and invoices as separate PDFs, trying to cross-reference them because of course the name doesn't tell you which ride they're for or which date. They just have this completely pseudo-random unique identifier. So I'm basically cross-referencing these things to put them together and then joining them into like unified PDFs such that the accountant doesn't have to go through like a million different files or at least knows what belongs to what, and then annotating them with what's really going on. Sometimes all of this stuff makes me want to quit. I mean, running an operation, building cool stuff, that's the cool part. Everything around it, that's just exhausting. I think the tooling is also just painful. We're using a lot of Google Drive for that, but I actually want to use information tools more because I can already imagine that I could have like little helpers here and there that like pull in information directly from other sources. Maybe I can like stub a little piece of JavaScript or Python code that just crawls the Uber API for certain things and just pulls in the PDFs into different folders as necessary. Like little things like that are a little harder to do inside of another document. And also my tables are effectively just, I'm often copying information back and forth, like, oh, the link to the G drive with the human readable file name with some information of what's in the file. I could probably just pull those PDFs through a model, and then basically do feature extraction, and then just simplify life considerably. But hey, das Leben ist kein Ponyhof, like my pops-in-law likes to say. I don't even know what a ponyhof is. It's like, what? A pony farm. Life is not a pony farm. It's not all easy. Although I don't think it has to be as hard as it is. But yeah, let me kindly request. Cool, use a fine-tuned model. So what can we do when Java fine-tuned model fields were populated with the name of the model? You may now specify this model was a parameter to completions. Fair enough. Completions, and then you have your fine-tuned model, but how do you do the fine-tuning? Here we go. Yeah, so this is what I was thinking already, that there's specific guidelines. Okay, fine. And you'll need a set of training examples you can say a single input, associated output, blah, 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 separated. So how they should start, how they should be separated, how they should stop. For inference, you should format your prompt the same way as you did when creating your training data set. Fine. What are general best practices? Well, fine-tuning performs better with more high-quality examples. Yep. You should provide at least a few hundred high-quality examples, ideally vetted by human experts. Fair enough. Increasing number of examples is the best way. Like, yeah, if you're fine-tuning a pre-existing data set rather than writing prompts from scratch, be sure to manually review your data for offensive or inaccurate content. Okay. Solve a variety of problems, and the optimal way to use it may depend on your specific use case. Below uses some common use cases for fine-tuning, classification, sentiment, like email triage, model making untrue statements, customer support. Yeah, which one is the one? Engaging. This is effectively the one, right? This is kind of like the use case. It's like text generation or summarization or something of that sort. That's at least the task. Or this one, it's conditional generation. That's what I call it. Okay, so we open those tabs. We're going to look at them in a bit. This is not super interesting. Okay. Oh, so this entire article, it just jumps to the section, right? So let me find out. Customer support chatbot. Summary of the interaction so far. Specific information for customer agent. See? So now we need to figure out this, because here they gave like an example of like interaction so far. This is context. You basically feed in the history into the samples, the sample set for like a hypothetical case. We now have to figure out how large this can actually be. Limitations. Use an incoming email capped at, okay. Capped at, okay, so these are the caps. Yeah. All right, so let's find out. Open limitations, open AI. Let's see, maybe even for, let's see, what did they say here? It's the community page. Kicks me which has such a massive total limit compared to vanilla GPT or instruct models. So the limit is more to do with compute and fine tuning. Make this one more hardware chat GPT. Does anyone see me? Good to see you back. It's possible it has more tokens before the chicken already seems like it can handle a lot of tokens. Theory is that it probably has a clever way to handle prompt engineering with a combination of summarization, semantic search to minimize the tokens. All right, cool. So that's maybe a clever hack to play with. They say below it doesn't store any info past 4,000 tokens. Okay. Not past $11. Yeah, fair enough. Yep. I was thinking a problem. I found the initial problem was larger than lucky tokens started to malfunction. All right. I'm not sure where to look. I think the algorithm from feeds by the last messenger from until it turns. Okay. Do you have a source? Keep in mind, say per second protocol. I agree though. That's why I fix. Yeah. So that could be like a way to trick to build like more complex seeming models is to just figure out it's probably going to be a cadence of different hits where you get if I have like a particular case that contains what let's say 20,000 tokens of information, that's the case I would like to do a task for. All right, perfect. Imposter engineer responded back, sure thing. Not to reach me. Twitter DMs are open, I believe. Otherwise, you can shoot email. Mail should be easy-ish, I guess. It's basically Veet Bina, split the Veet and the Bina. So it's Veet at Bina.me. Easy enough. Veet Bina is the handle, so you already have a spelling. So feel free to shoot me an email with whatever article or book link you have available for me to like peruse. Yeah, so like, because so we were thinking about that scoping issue with large language models because I did a bunch of experiments where I always was able to fit all the context I needed in a relatively small space. It doesn't make sense to assume that for a complex case, I would do, it doesn't make sense to assume that I would fine tune a model per user session, which means that it probably doesn't become extremely sensible to bake in all the context of a user's case, which without prompting multiple times. So I guess that's what you're gonna have to do. I think if you have limitations on what you can feed into a model in terms of your prompt, then you probably have to split like a complex task up into multiple prompts. Which means like if I want to generate a complex report, I'm probably just producing single reports at a time or just answering single chapters at a time, or I will be tackling single questions for a section at a time and then compose these back into a larger piece. But the problem still remains of how do I feed information, the full context of that case. If I have an academic paper and I have to summarize it, how do I condense that paper into something that fits into the token limit? That's one thing to think about. But not right now because I believe it shipped some fixes. So I'm going to play around with that. And I have some data stack stuff to start playing around with. So I'm going to park the OpenAI fun stuff. Um, oh yeah, this is what I wanted to do. Up, up, up. So we're going to look at that. All right, a couple of things for today. Check the recordings of most popular data. Okay, cool. This is also interesting. Let's check the recordings. Something to do a little bit later. I've seen this one already. Okay, fine. We don't need to bother with that. Come on. All right, cool. Let's get whatever Git repo. So you can see how much of a mess I am right now. I'm doing multiple things at a time. Of course, that doesn't work. Multitasking doesn't exist. But I lack the discipline to just say no. One thing I'd like to play around. Let's see if we can do something like this. So, so we're going to, I don't have a hereby folder yet, right? So we're going to make in here. Let's see if I can clone this thing. Come on. Okay, here we go. Announcing it's hard. Okay. Yeah. Then we're just going to copy this. And then the question, I'm going to clone it when it's not ready. Let's see. Oh, I like it. Like I get consistent likes from my sisters. Just hop into the screen and screen. Jeez, to see what I'm up to. You gotta love this. I have a bud of mine who is a mathematician, who is extremely rigorous when it comes to like making claims. Obviously, you have to be as a mathematician. You probably aren't very much of a good mathematician if you're too lax with these things. And I'm just a lax engineer, so I'm just like, probably that'll work, and I'll try something, and I'll hit my head multiple times, and I'll get hurt. And I think Louis, that's the beautiful part. I think Louis is like very like, I'm not too sure. What is this claim based on? Like, where does this number come from? Is there like a paper, like a peer-reviewed paper that talks about this? And I do enjoy all that pushback. That's really, really refreshing to hear often enough. Yeah. So I just saw a message coming in where someone made it, like Chris, a good bud of mine, made a comment about, oh, we could maybe reduce our efforts by 30 to 50% by doing X, Y, Z. And then, of course, Louis like, where does this number come from? Like, based on what? And I'm like, yeah, probably intuitively, I probably would have been like, yeah, man, I guess we could. But yeah, this is why you put a mathematician in the room as well, to just kind of like check everyone or check yourself once in a while. Cool. Back to this now. So if I were to, so I say, I'll check that out. And let's look at this commit. What did we do here? Ooh, okay, this is temporary. What are we doing? Okay, so we just show render children there. Then we have this. This is now just an li. Okay, the disclosure is put inside it. Weird. Oh no, the button is put inside it, the panel. The panel is just below it. Okay, fair enough. Is that correct though? Should the button and the panel not be contained within the LI? Now, there's something to look into. So what we're going to do, first things first, um, we're just going to pull up the page where you can see this example in action. Okay, and loading. All right, so I guess somewhere in here, we have one of these. Okay, there we go, vision. If this thing here, now, if I were to look at this, oh no, this is not a good example because we don't have like sublists. So let me find something with, here, this one is a lot better. Which section is that? Let's just click canceled. All right, let's click it and it highlights the bunch. That's a new thing where we just kind of like highlight active regions, which makes reading a lot easier. Looks a lot better in light mode because it has this kind of like post-it like feel where you can like scroll through a text and find the highlighted area. So it's instantly readable, and we're designing this for like readability first. So we want folks to feel extremely comfortable while reading this thing, almost like as comfortable as reading like a well-typeset book. So I think we're like slowly getting there. Like you can already see the TOC looks clean. This looks pretty clean. So let's find out how this thing works. We have a list item, and the list item can contain some text here. Where is this positioned though? Now that's the problem. This text is not inside the LI. That was the problem. So Idris fixed that. So what we're going to do, we're basically going to like move windows around so I can still see what I need to see, making things dark. Should be fine. Maybe the background color here is not correct. Maybe that's something I need to figure out with what's this thing called, Dark Reader. But let's just pull the changes are there from these. Okay, cool. This thing is going to have to reload. Let me just reload the page. Sometimes the hot reloading thing doesn't always work as nicely as I would like it to. So, all right. So what are we looking at? Structure. Here we go. Inspect. That's okay. So this is the LI. Perfect. This is semantically cleaner. A UL has multiple LIs, nothing more. Inside of an LI, we can have flow components or flow elements, so that's fine. We have the button. Let's see what happens if I expand this or fold it. All right, so semantically, this thing pops up there. That's problematic, but we know where this comes from. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go to the list, take this little one, and put it in there. That's where it belongs. Boom. All right, that's better. So now the diff shows up inside of, inside of the LI. And if I open that, there's a possibility that another list shows up, which I'm not completely sold on. Let's just first confirm that we're not doing anything else that's weird. So that's another list, right? So that's here. I don't know. The weird thing here is that contains the chevron. This thing here, I'm pretty sure it doesn't belong in there. Cool. So what I need to do, let's look at board. It contains the chevron. Here we go. So something that is broken about this. It should have shown up as a list item. For some weird reason, it isn't. I'm pretty confused about that. Yeah, this is weird. This is really weird. Double check that I'm not losing it. This is in the span, and there's a list item. So this thing in the span it doesn't ever show up inside of that. Okay, so where the spans are. How many spans do we? Here we go. React children, count children, 0. Okay, this is the problem. And the problem is that yellow. What did we do here? So here we basically return disclosure. What did disclosure produce? It's unclear. Also, why do we have the fragment around a single list item? All right, so let's just play with this. All right, cool. That fixed. Cool. So now this makes a lot more sense. Li. Now, why do we have this class name py? Let's just remove that. Let's see how that feels. See how that feels. It's actually fine. It feels dense, but it's probably supposed to. If you fold this away, same flow as in the text. Actually, I love this. Open that up. This is what you get. All right. So one thing I'm not completely buying. That spacing out there. Okay, well, first of all, this fragment-like thing, do we need it? Let's drop that. Let's see what breaks. Nothing. Oh, I'm highly suspicious of what's going on, but we're just cleaning up code, so that's good. Open this up. Let's just have a look. List item has a button, has a div. Div is another UL. Do we actually need this div? Probably. Maybe we should do this actually. Switch my keyword to US. Okay, so here we go. Now, what happens if we do this? Ooh. Oh, now this is where it gets saucy, right? If I were to say the fragment is back in, but then here I say as li instead. All right, cool. That doesn't quite work. Let's see. Come on. Not my day, people. Not my day. 4 folks in here. This is like a house party now. This is like probably one of the larger audiences I've had in a while. Hey. Oh, now 3. It's fluctuating a bit today. But hey, I'm not complaining. I'm having a good time. Just knowing folks are checking in, that's kind of dope. What am I breaking, folks? Being an idiot. Let's see. What is my idiot brain not grasping? Unexpected token disclosure. Expected syntax. How is this syntax there? Fair enough. Okay, let's just do this. Back to basic. We started here. If I reload this page, it takes a while. All right, I guess we're back at it. All right, this is the section we're at. I open this. Somewhere some going on. I don't know. Let's have a look at headless. Headless UI. And do we have like a block and disclosure? That's there. Probably have something like that. Okay. Here we go. Disclosure, open button, disclosure. There is something to the effects of disclosure as, or is there? Yeah, here we go. Disclosure as div. Is there like renders a div by contrast? The root disclosure does not render an element and instead renders its children directly. All right. Disclosure and subcomponents each render a default element that is sensible for that component. The button turned button, panel render div. By contrast, the root component doesn't render anything. Fine. So this thing doesn't render jack. So when I look at this, take this as an example, I should see the li in a UL, and I shouldn't see it in a div as far as I can. Well, yes, I should, because the panel is a div. This is what we're seeing. Fair enough. It's also called disclosure panel. So it all makes sense. And in this panel, we could have regular text or another UL, which it looks like, yeah, fair enough, we could have there. Boom, 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 boom. Fine. What can I do in terms of, okay, so I think this is fine. I think we should remove this. That we definitely don't need. Right? Okay, so now that's a little bit cleaner. And let's just run the fixer. Oh, I'm using NixOS. I haven't ever tried Arch. I used Ubuntu for a long time back in the day. Oh my goodness! Back in Suriname, I started off with Mandrake Linux. If you still remember that, and I think at the time I was still using Windows quite a bit because university happened shortly thereafter. So at uni, use Windows quite a bit. And then I switched to traveling around with my pen drive to uni, where I had like Ubuntu set up with Emacs and Vim and some other build tools. I used building a lot with GCC because you were building software for microchips. So I had like all of my utils on that little pen drive, so I could plug it into any random computer in school and basically boot it into my own little state-aware Ubuntu setup. That was a good time. And then for some reason, I switched to Mac OS when I was, what was it? Was it called OS? It was OS X back at the time when I started with that. Because I started doing a lot of stuff for startups, and then I wanted to build like iOS apps. So you need a MacBook for that, or at least an OS X machine. And now, I think 5 or 6 years ago, I switched, maybe 5 actually, I guess. 5 years ago, I properly switched over to NixOS from macOS, and haven't really looked back. And I haven't really been doing a lot of like app development work, so it didn't really bother me much. And even if I did app development work, I often build stuff with React Native. I always would have to set up tooling for OS X for iOS on a Mac computer. But once I have the build pipeline set up, I was quite often I would be able to debug things in my local Linux-based setup, mostly for Android, and basically even implement features and then just deploy them or commit, push them, and watch the pipeline break. So I've been able to do a lot of app development things on my Linux box without ever bothering with the Mac, the Apple ecosystem. I think their machines are really nice, and I kind of like the OS sometimes until you do like a system update, and then like all of your Python and Ruby deps and libs are kind of like broken, and then you have to like brew everything again. That's at least how I felt about it. I don't have that anymore with MixOS. It's all declarative config. You can find it on my GitHub or my GitLab. Once in a while, I'll just do kernel updates. If shit hits the fan, I can go back to previous generation like nothing happened, which is not completely correct, because config files could become invalidated if some formatting things in there change that may not be backwards compatible and you try to roll back. But those problems are easily solvable, I guess. Cool. All right, so we do have some weird spacing here that probably want to get rid of. We can figure out how to best do that by detecting here P4. Who decides that? Here we go. That's here, P4. Do we really want to have like a strong? What happens if we do this? Because the entire flow of the text becomes a little weird, I'm pretty sure. Also, if I'm going to do some nonsense like this, I at least need to make sure that my dev session is still there. And before we do that, actually, let's run build so we can figure out like where the TypeScript compiler is going to have problems. Those you can also fix multiple things at a time. Yeah, I like to do code reviews often towards the end of the day. They don't take as much headspace. So when I'm completely worn out from other tasks, I actually quite enjoy just trying to see what people have built, testing it, trying to tweak it, clean things up. It's a pretty okay-ish setup for me. All right, so I think flow-wise, this is actually a bit better because it fits the flow of regular text more. I don't think we need to do large, like considerable indentation blocks. So I think what we can do here is probably do 4 as well. Just make everything a bit more. Okay, so this one wasn't necessary. Let's figure out what the hell is going on here. So for that one, I understand what's going on. Oh yeah, that's also the weird thing with the lists is that they start there. The marker is kind of like outside of the bounds of whatever this thing is, as you can tell. Question being, can we change that? Okay, so tailwind list. Let's see. Probably a way to position lists such that the bullets don't show up out of bounds. But what is the right way to look for that? Let's see, list style type, list style position. Here we go, list outside, list inside. How about we do this? We make all the lists inside, and we style this on the UL. So how about we say like list inside here? See what it looks like. Now I'm breaking shit. Probably shouldn't be doing too many things at the same time. Okay, cool. So this whole thing with list inside, we're parking it. Clearly not qualified to fix that. At least I am not qualified. So I'm going to ask Idrissa to look at it again later. This looks good enough. Direction of the chevrons are okay. This is to fold it. This is to expand. Same here. Now, for the containing block, it probably wouldn't hurt to have more padding in place, but this is another problem again. So I really need to discipline myself here. Yeah, okay, so there we go. Did I ever try to build this thing? Nope, that was the next thing we're doing. So I'm just gonna run that there. Okay, let's just have a look. We removed the overall padding, which is fine. We already limited this entire block to prose, but right now we're realizing we may want to set up some form of, here we go. You may want to put some form of padding on the entire prose component. which, let me see, where does it happen on this thing? The paragraph itself has some padding, or no, it's not a paragraph, it's the containing div. By that logic, it probably tracks to do the same on, yeah, do the same on like something UL. Have the same padding in place. Okay, cool. Something to think about, because this is kind of like messed up in that the padding on the UL block here is actually considerably wide. It's different than the padding on like just a regular text diff, because here we have like nice consistent P2 all around the edges. Here we only have like something like left, on the left we have like P8. This is not cool. But we can't fix it all at the same time. So what we're going to do is going to keep it simple. Yeah, so I guess what we do here, maybe I should be a little less radical in what I did. If I said P2, that's in line with whatever all the others do. Fragment is defined but never used. Let me fix that. So let's just double check that the building works. I make a note to myself to do establish parity with P diff padding and UL padding. This is probably something that my future self will be able to what the hell did I mean? Cool. All right. So that is valid enough. We're just doing a commit. Cleaning things up. So here we go. This padding here. If I were to run F session on it, I just want to have a glance to see what it looks like. So we're gonna like rip it up a little bit, but then at least this one doesn't reach that far. That would be nice. That it at least feels. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Well, okay. If I open that one. Okay, here. Feels better. Feels a lot better. All right, so we stick with that. So what we ended up doing is say, okay, fragment to drop. Here we also get rid of that. So what do we do here? It's hard to read. Oh yeah, we just dropped the fragment wrapper. That's fine. And do that. That's fine. Styling thing. We can do that as a second concern. Just double check. Fix this to help the compiler out. And this is a separate concern. I shouldn't drop it in there. Just keep it in the code base for now. Now look at this. Yeah. Simplify the whole lot. Okay, cool. So what are we going to call this? We're going to say chore drop fragment from list plus simple. Basically not importing. Return li on children list. What was this? List item plus drop superfluous fragments. Of course it wouldn't fit in a that list on for all list items. Always return. That's better. Plus drop super. Sounds better. Cool. So now that that's committed, we now need to figure out what we're going to do with this whole styling problem, this list inside thingy. So let me grab a single one of them. Let's see what we're working with here. We have a span. Then we have this thing. That's inside of a button, which has this flex W full thing going on. The W full is probably part of the problem. Let me see what happens if I drop that. Actually, let's do this thing first. BG red 200. Let us highlight this thing. All right, so that's how big it is. If I drop the W full, how does it look now? It's only as wide as it needs to be. Fine. What the hell do we have with the rounded LG? We don't need that. And we don't need to set the text font medium. We also don't need that. Do we do anything with text? Let's just drop all of this. Let's see what happens. Fair. Better. Now, what we're doing next, list item is a flex box inside of a container that looks like that. List, right? So what if we say list inside here? What do we get? Why did we get that? All right. Let's figure this out. The marker, li. Maybe that's something already we need to think about. If we were to say flex on that, like I don't even know what I'm doing. So at this point, I'm just spitballing. Uninformed spitballer. I don't think it's the list that decides this or what. The marker is there. The button. And the button has. Okay, what if we dropped something off with this? Itself doesn't assume the full width. There's only one button in here. It's probably something with a parent. The parent, let's see, is there anything here in terms of, let's look at compute it. Border box, list item. Yeah, so that's another thing. I don't know exactly what list item means. Probably a bunch of shit that comes into the mix because of this whole list item thing. So how about we list item? Let's look for that. Display listen. I don't know. It has some particular meaning. I'm not gonna figure it out. What I can do, see what happens if I impose flex on that. And we broke it. Full. What if I do that? It doesn't make a damn difference. All right. Maybe I should be hands off on this thing. Maybe I should be. Maybe. But not until I try a couple more things. Flex. And then flex. Will not make a difference for me. Not at all. Okay. One thing that we can play around with, that thing there. Let's see if we can figure out how to get this button not to span the entire width of this thing, because that's a little wild. Line items, like start. Okay, computed. What are we looking at? What's the width? That's inferred. Display. Oh, so there's a flex on it. Where does it come from? Okay, fair enough. I did that. So, thanks. Was that it? We're now like list inside, drop the flex. This kind of like looks okay-ish. Now we have the problem that inside of this thing doesn't show up in a nice place. What do we do? Uh, what's the dimension on this thing? Well, as far as I can tell, height 4, width 4. Interesting. Um, should we treat that as a? I don't know. It's probably a block. Supposed to be. What if I say width full? See what happens. Not what I want. Okay, I'm losing it. I want this thing to be as wide as it needs to be to fill. True. Why am I dealing with trivial formatting issues? I'll make a task for return ally. So this is right. I'm working on trivial formatting issues because my brain is like completely fried right now. Why am I dealing with trivial formatting issues? Why not working features? I don't think I'm in the mental constitution to do features for today. I did a bunch of reading for, we need to build a data stack. That's the next thing I need to do. After like a full day of hacking away emails, reading, tinkering, I have to know when to quit. So yeah, that's why I like to do some of these code review things late in the day, and where I can then look at things, tweak a little bit, remain familiar with the code base, do some recreational puzzles. Yeah, right. There's probably some other recreational stuff that's higher value, higher quality recreation that I can engage in other than this. Yeah, cool. So let me see. I have that. Feel great. Blah, 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 blah. Let me just make a note for. Yeah. So this thing, we handled that. Fix me the icon. Is displayed next line. Display base. Come on. Base should right aligned next to text. You can tell already, like my typing game is already like completely out of whack. Next time, fix me. Display icon on same line. Text up. Needs to be visible. Combined when text expands. Lines expands wraps. Okay, cool. So that's just something for. Let's see. I break shit. Just fix it. Fix it. Sparse parity with pdiff and neural pending. Okay, so this is parity now. So I can basically say that is parity that I discard that. This is all experiment for match. Was it UL padding with paragraph ifs? Okay, cool. No. So now I just, and then she's checking out the semantic issue. Thank you for fixing the semantics. Da, 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 da. Thank you for fixing the semantics. I pushed a few changes with some requests in the code. Have a look to see if this, if you understand what we need here. Semantically, we're that's just not, but semantically, we're much better thanks to you. Ta-da, here we go. All right, so I have another thing here. I have a merge request for you. The issue of the list item disk on Firefox. That's did I get another one in that? That probably not. Okay, we already did that and clarified that. So I guess I'm back on track. I have a merge request for you. This has to do with the humongous amount of space and the TOC is closed. That's like old stuff. That's yesterday. Cool. Alrighty. So one thing we wanted to do. Oh yeah, that's also what we started off with. We were cloning this repo, big repo. Let's check it out hereby. Maybe we don't open it here. Probably I want to do it here. So if hereby can't find it. All right, so I guess I have to open it once for the first time. Hereby, here we go. Let's just go for the README. There we go. All right, open source solution. The data movement can cover a long tail of data sources, but all right, so play around with. Let's see, like, okay, here they at least recommend us to and then up here I move back to the README, not that README, this one. And let's see, do we have a .env files? Ooh, holy crap, there is a .env file in there. Weird. This file only contains Docker relevant. Is there a basic auth in there? Basic. There we go. Hereby password. Oh, okay, so let's spin this up. And shall I do it here or elsewhere? Docker compose. I just do it right inside of Emacs. I'm going to read this. MI. We'll find out. Cool. So the reason I'm looking at this is that right now we allow people to enter like a URL to anything that is literally plain text on the web. You can enter inside of this thing here. A sloppy example of that would be going to our repo, GitLab, formation tools. Let's take the Proto1 project, taking whatever the README is there. There we go, click that. And then just finding the raw format of that. And I can just basically take this, drop it into this thing here. And it will somehow navigate us to that thing. Now you see it. This is that page. That works. Problem is, it happens synchronously. So the moment you provide that path in here, we hit the raw page, try to read it, parse it into our internal representation, and we have no guarantee that the file is either accessible or if it's small enough for us to read it and not time out. So there are some pages that are extremely long files that cause us to time out. That's a bad UX, but it's also not very practical. So that's one side of it. And then the second thing of it is that the raw page thing is like a fun gimmick because it takes energy to build anything more advanced than that. But we need to be able to read actual repos. These are usually private repos. So we need to have some integration with GitHub or whatever Forge, GitLab, GitHub, SourceSide, or whatever that either uses their respective APIs or basically interacts with it over SSH. Git pulls the repo with all relevant updates such that we can at least process the plain org content. For that reason, we probably don't want to implement API endpoints inside of the Next.js app. We probably want to have like some data processing stack where we could throw like different interactions, complete them inside of the app where it says like, oh, we're loading, you see a spinner in the background. We either collect that information or we present something from cache. And then bloop, the experience in the front end side is not completely hampered. That is something we have to work on. So I have to evaluate options for data stacks. Something like Airflow, or you wrap something inside of like Airflow, Prefect, Dagster. I don't know. Like you can use so many different tools. I'm just looking for something that's dead simple. And when I looked at this Airbyte, it seemed pretty dead simple. And they have a paid offering, which is basically one of the check marks that I'd like to have. So if we could actually get familiar with this, figure out how it works for scheduled workflows, but also for like more synchronous like workflows, things that happen that need to be resolved right away. This could be kind of like something that works for us. Of course, I'm pulling images now, so I'm waiting for this thing to complete. So meanwhile, I think we should just read through the README. As a scheduler called Temporal, that's another one. I can probably take some notes on this thing. Do I have anything? We have like a section on Airbyte that I haven't populated much for yet. All right. So what do we have? So Temporal is the scheduler, right? And then DBT, you can like transform some data sets with this, but I don't know, like, do I have like any note on what it looks like? Nope, we don't. Airflow, I forget that. Let's not think about that. Let's database. This one, Apache superset makers. Okay, fuck, we got this thing up. So we have something running now. Let's give it a shot. Localhost 8000. Oh, let's see. There's what would be here? I think it's Airbyte and password. Yeah. Outreach server makes, okay, it's still starting up clearly. Here we go, your company email, anonymous, data collection, yeah, whatever. I don't mind it so much. Acquired, geez. All right, so I'm just going to give my information tools email. Anonymize my usage data. Well, we're not going to do real data workflows for this, not for users. It's just going to be dev stuff, so I don't give a shit. You know what? Give Airbyte something. You give us this for free, so like, they can have my data. Receive email about security updates. Maybe I should. Yeah. All right. So this is what it looks like. Still readable. Yeah, still readable like that. Create your first connection. All right. So let's just try to go through some of this. How do we deliver connections? Oh yeah, that's the concepts that we need to be familiarizing ourselves with. Base concepts, I believe, are So connections, and then sources, destinations, fair enough. Which is already like top left of the screen. Goodness. Goodness that. All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna figure out how this works. Give me a nice quick start walkthrough. Follow web view. And so you set up a source destination connection to replicate data. Connection support the most popular signals for refresh incrementally. Change data capture. Refresh incremental. The most popular sync modes. Okay. Let's just look at that. So what are sync modes? Just give me a full refresh, incremental, and change data capture. Data capture, I don't know. It doesn't ring a bell right now, so let's just have a look. Terabyte, sync modes. There we go. What does it say? A connection is a configuration for syncing data between the source and the destination. Okay, fair enough. To set up connection, user must configure things such as schedule, when to trigger, yeah, destination namespace and and stream names. Okay, catalog selection, which streams and fields, which streams and fields to replicate from the source. Okay, sync mode, optional transformations. Okay. All right. So the schedule, that's one thing. Destination, same space. Sync modes, here we go. Sigma governs how Airbyte reads from a source and writes to the destination. Airbyte provides different signals to account for various use cases to minimize confusion. Most papers reflected in its name. Okay, the easiest way to understand Airbyte sync modes is to understand how the modes are named. Okay, the first byte of the name denotes how the source connector reads data and sync modes. So, scheme. How is what? Source. How right. Incremental. There's only one form. No. Incremental. Read records added to the source since the last sync job. The first sync using incremental is equivalent to full refresh. Yeah, okay, so. Okay, so sync modes, read side, source. And then we have like write side to destination. And here we have like full refresh, incremental, and we'll say where first run equals full refresh. And so I guess then we'll type like override append loop. Let's see, does that make sense? History. All right. So let's go for a combination of the source and the destination mode. Together, the UI exposes the following options, and both source and destination can are capable to support for the corresponding stream. Full refresh, override, full refresh, hint, enter, hint. Let's see, you do right by first adding data to existing tables in the data. Let's see, the history of changes, the final tables produced by deduping. All right, fair enough. Seeing the records constraint on the data and destination also provided a duplicated view. Yeah, okay. Cool. All right, so this is probably just for scheduled workloads. Let's get some tutorial examples. Understand Airbyte. just look at the architecture overview. Yeah, so the temporal server schedules. There's no way for work to come in like on-demand real-time machines. So I guess we have to serve those elsewhere. Hmm. No, we don't. We probably figure out a way to just talk to the scheduler and just schedule something for like quick turnaround. All the horizons are going to continue on data movement operations. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. User whatever. Okay. Store temporal service manager tasking workflows for scheduler. Takes orders from the API. Config API. Main control pane. Source destination. I'll configure from here. Okay, works and job. Inherit all interactions and connections are run as jobs performed by a worker. Each job has a corresponding worker spec or choose the specification of a connector. Check connection work verifies that the input to the connector value can be used to run a sync. Discover the worker receives the schema of a source underlying connector. Sync work used to sync data between the source. 4 types of workers. Workers. Spec. Check connection. Discover and sync. Okay. Workers are referred to by workers temporal, which everybody uses on Red Hood for scheduling has its own worker concept. This is this distinction. Snap. Okay, we have to really think about that then. When terms of their responsibilities, handle the process lifecycle for job-related processes, includes starting, monitoring, shutting down processes, facilitating message passing to or from various processes. If required, more is below. Handle job relation operational work such as basic schema validation, returning job output, telemetry. Okay, worker types. Ooh, here we go. Flavors. Worker. And this is getting, it always gets tricky to figure out how to like. What are we talking about? Workers in job. Worker types, right? Okay. It's another form of types, temporal, dynamics related. Time/dynamics related. Work type. Responsibility. Social role related. Okay. Yeah, something amazing. So let's just figure out. Single job working door and single connector, you expecting the work express data from a connector reports to the scheduler. Does it by listening to the connector standard out. The single part of the configuration process need to be immediately run to provide a good user experience. These are also all lightweight operations. Fair enough. This is like internal shit. Work is an interactive single connector. Sync. Single connector. And asynchronous work is an it's a spec. Check. That's right examples. AG sync. So, yeah, you pull something from that, you check it, okay, check a connection, you just have to interact with a single whatever with a connection, I believe. To verify spec, you also have to engage with one endpoint. The async stuff is whenever you have to coordinate between weird ordering shit. For more information, the schema of the messages that are passed for worker job architecture. job architecture is covered. Only the two connector version is shown. The single connection is the same with one side removed. Source process should automatically exit after passing all of its messages. Similarly, destination process shutdowns after receiving all records. Now, this is all for like bulk shit, right? So if I were to like pull in a list of commits and I just like walk through the whole list to kind of like extract certain metrics, that would be a perfect use case for this. Deployment types. Okay, I don't care for that. A couple of worker and job processes. Worker being responsible for non-connecting related job operations means multiple jobs are operationally dependent on a single worker process. There are two downsides to this. Any issues to the parent worker interface all the upfront. Okay, unnecessary complexity of vertically scaling. I don't think I understand. I'm also running out. I'm losing interest because I'm not seeing how I want to do this one thing that I have in mind right now. Coreback, fuck, it's Java. I have nothing against Java, but oh shit. Connector is Python, Java, front end type. Okay, I don't care for that either. All right, let's learn about this. Feel smart, move fast. What? Break nothing. Eliminate complex workflow stack, temporal, durable experience, service and applications, calling a service not hearing back. Network outages, overload, service timelines, find a snap. Highly reliable scale for the snap stories, enabling us to deliver amazing global experiences. Okay, cool. Troublesome application logic. Temporals from Snap. Oh, okay. So what is this? Temporal scheduler. Goodbye. Temporal simplifies your application logic to make your code. Simplifies your application logic to make your code easier to maintain and your developers more productive. Okay. Simplifies application logic. Okay. See for yourself with the sample money transfer that took 241 lines of code to 98. This fucking annoying interface. Now I have to do this. How is this helpful? Would have been a lot better if there were like two divs side by side. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Yeah, I can't. This is like a horrible UI. Okay, let's just try to figure this out. What did we do here? Go code. Status, and we define, like we enumerate what kind of like states we have. We define like errors. Banking service interface, you can withdraw and deposit. You have the persistence, you can load, you can compare and swap. We define structure of a task, consumer, with a context. Then we define some queue, with a signature of it at least. What comes in around it, so we unqueue, what queue, it has a name, string. So which queue, that one, and there's a payload, which is just a blob. And then we do the same thing with consume. We can consume from a queue, and we kind of like arm the consumer to do that. And then we acknowledge a task. Where does this fucking task come from? Okay, a task basically has the queue name and then some payload. And I guess that the whole point of the task is to, of course, complete it. And then once that's done, why would you need to know the queue it comes from? Like if it's okay, fair enough. Probably announce to the queue to drop it, which is weird because you don't have an indicator of what payload you took from it. Let's not assume. Let's just read. Transaction input. So we have reference ID, a bunch of data. It's not so interesting. Activity input. Also a bunch of data. Worker. A worker subscribes to a queue and some storage. And So we can persist shit and basically lets a banking service complete whatever interactions need to be done. Okay, so the banking service knows how to withdraw and to deposit. Okay, so we implemented the banking service. That's fun fact being that, I mean, like what's the trade or whatever the hell we call it in interface or whatever the hell we call it in Golang. This thing, I mean, withdrawing like account number amount. So there's information missing. This information that's missing is effectively the context, which comes in here, I believe. Because we need to figure out how to source like which account number, like how do we withdraw? We have to make certain changes to the account number. All right, so you're the worker will implement what we really do there, I guess. All right, so these are just effectively message formats. Okay, banking service. Banking service just implements. Let me see where that is. Banking service again. Okay, so we have a bank. So the worker is aware. The worker is very specifically written to deal with like banking service type dynamics coming from the queue and persisted into this thing. And so what do we do? Transaction input. JSON Marshall task payload. So the worker process. Okay, here we go. Just implement certain methods. Process money transfer event. So the event comes in as a task. We have a certain context. From the context, we kind of like tell what the hell to do. WQ, where does it come from? All workers, the structure here. So we know to like move to WQ. Okay, we do a bunch of this shit. And then what happens here? There are certain errors, we report them. Otherwise, we have like a status switch. For instance, yeah, okay, so what do we do? We look for some shit and then we either schedule a future activity, which we kind of like composed here, activity input, type withdraw, blah, blah, blah. So that's going to show up as a future task. And these tasks going to be popped off the queue somehow. Let's see who does that. Here, run queue. We can do some retrying. Here we can like enqueue things and we can kind of like consume something from the queue, handle errors. So how do we implement that queue consume? Let's just look at the definition of consume. Where is that? Where is that? Come on. Come on, consume. Let me see if I can find consume. It's hard to search inside of it. I believe I probably don't have to do that because it comes from some, it's known from somewhere. Yeah, no, you don't pull it in. You must define it somewhere. We have interfaces, then we have the consumer. And what am I missing? Come on, highlight, highlight. Where am I overlooking something? Weirdly enough, I'm lost here. The interface, we basically specify takes two arguments, but I need to see how it's implemented. It needs to be an implementation somewhere. Beats me. missing? What am I missing? Does Q do we pull in? No, it doesn't. It's been a while since I wrote a Go service. Something, I'm overlooking something. We define the type. The queue interface has a couple of actions on it. We can queue, consume, acknowledge, or retry later. Let's just look at retry later. All right, it has to be defined somewhere. Nope, it isn't. No, I guess this is something that I hate this. Anyways, that's not the point here. There's a lot of fucking code. I can't figure out what all of it does because there's something that seems to be missing in my brain. This is why I should be going back to like some trivial, easy peasy type of shit. It's too late for this. So here we pull that in, and the whole code base is effectively withdraw, deposit, refund. So the primary actions we can perform, and then we define like some money transfer or function that what can basically execute activities, workflow execute activity. And these activities have been defined somewhere. So when they get executed, then we know exactly what they look like. We do a withdrawal, like a bank. Yeah, so a.bank. So it's an activity.bank. So let's have a look. Bank, okay, there we go. Banking service. The banking service knows a couple of verbs: withdraw and deposit. And these have been implemented somewhere, just not here. Okay, fair enough. That's the whole fucking point of interfaces. Yes, we've defined these things somewhere, we just not here. Okay, fair enough. Easy enough. You don't have to think about the whole defining like the queuing, like consuming the queues and all that shit. You don't have to think about it. It just happens. Which is kind of like cool. This stuff is familiar. When back in the days when I used to do some Scala Akka stuff. Tweak that machine. All right. Anyways, you schedule a job. Initial interval, maximum interval, non-retriable error types, backup coefficient. Okay, so it fails, blah blah. Cool. That works. All right. So I see what you can do with it. Fair enough. Transparency and control. And retry activity. Okay, cool. And then I think the nice thing here, oh, Mitchell Hashimoto. Hi, Kiyamo. Oh, cool. Long running, reliable, fault tolerant task with HashiCorp platform. All right. Temporal and a lot of developers focus on business logic without templates and algorithms, and a certain amount of time rebuilding temporal will likely done a worse job. Fair enough. But it wasn't resumed in the same years. Temporal is banking name infra. Reactive to front-end temporals and units quite complex. When helping us with service engines, what's a developer's beautiful render function to organize your backend workflows. Okay, cool. Doesn't sound bad. Let's see. Let's get Temporal Cloud. What's the pricing model? Simple security will to power your temporal applications. 99.9% uptime. Oh, come on, give me something real. Pricing. Here we go. Price amount of if you just based on volume within the namespace. So volume and duration of 300 million actions. All right, cool. You can sign up for that. Pricing seems fine. All right, cool. There, I think okay, cool. me find out what the hell is behind it, because if I say hereby, is it just a scheduler that I can use with other backends? That's the question here now. Right, that doesn't help me out. Get started. Go SDK Java TypeScript. Oh, this is kind of cool because I do want. That kind of speaks to me because I haven't seen any. Maybe I should find an example of some terabyte junk. It's too. Yeah. Let me just open it here up. Okay, I got some comments coming in here. Let's see what's going on. 532 is there some he didn't. Can you please clarify the list? This okay that we only sorted. What is that? Okay, we'll hop in it. You're wonderful, Elisa. You're the best. Cool. Gotta do something off cam real quick. Bam. Let's see. Another message from accounting. Okay, nothing critical. Okay. Same problem with Uber for December. I have to collect all these invoices somehow. Okay. Okay, fine. That's something I'm going to do while watching some Netflix later or tomorrow. Back to. All right, so back to some rating, on-screen rating. We've been at it for almost 2 hours. Wow. Let me, in the meantime, your application client, overall application, your application code always resides and runs in your environment, such as your development up to a production server. Temporal server never needs access to your code workflow specified business logic as codes. What the hell? Take a look under the hood in record time. Okay, let's read this. Execute workflow, context background block. All right. Temporal application, your application code always resides and runs in your environment, such as your development laptop or production server. Temporal server never needs access. That's weird. Workflows specify business logic as code supported by a temporal SDK. So flow begins by executing workflow. Okay. How do you run it locally? Temporal server. So what do you do? Application communicates with temporal server, which manages its execution. The server adds events to the workflow history. Okay, fair enough. Application worker. After your application pulls down a workflow task from the server, your application's first task is to invoke the workflow function with the arguments supplied as part of the task. This is kind of like an interesting idea. If I were to like have a client that can execute tasks, a very limited set of tasks, then it's always tricky to. Then you could probably like even go as far as to create a system where you don't really conduct any mutations on customer data. Yeah, no, it doesn't really work that well. Everyone would have to use the client somehow, or you would have to bundle it. Makes it pretty interesting challenge. Specify timeline limits and range of activities and runs part of the execution, temporal service, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I think I get the gist now. So the server's just fair enough. And then you have like different runtimes that execute jobs. And if they fail, there's like all this magic that you can set up. The temporal takes care of. Fair enough. Let's see. What's the application It was coming out. Right. Okay. Because the workflows you define here, they run inside of Airbyte. Fine. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Huh? Netflix uses it? Funny. Okay, no. I don't watch this. Yeah, this is actually a cool page. So off this, I can look into this later. There we go. Million lamps. Okay, cool. All right, so I think we learned a little bit about temporal and Airbyte today. Oh yeah, like there's one more thing I can probably do before I sign off, which all the way on top started. Then how it works. So do docs. Let's do something quick. Developer's guide, foundations. I don't want to. Yeah, okay, dev guide. Come on, give me something quick. Work in progress, supported SDKs. Let's just look at the TypeScript one. Developer's guide is about 4 sections: foundations, features, observability, work performers. Let's just skim through it. Probably tomorrow I do a more in-depth read. There's so much crap in there. Minimum set of concept and implementation details that need to be built and details needed to build and run a temporal application. That is all the relevant steps to start the workflow execution, executes an activity. Okay. You find following: how to run a dev cluster, how to enter SDK, how to create a temporal client, how to develop a workflow activity. What is that? Like a workflow is probably a series of activities. That's at least how I would expect it. But develop a cluster. The following section of the list for aspects of deploying your temporal clusters locally, such that you can use it to interact with a temporal client, APIs, and TCTL commands to test and develop application. The following section need list methods for deploying it. Okay, so I just want to sync process with zero runtime dependencies. Temporal light, cool. Using Docker Compose simplifies developing your company. Yeah, let's just use Docker. Let's go for that. So that's here. Use Docker Compose temporal cluster, and then we just quickly install and run temporal cluster locally while developing temporal applications. And temporal IO Docker Compose Git. So this is probably to be up here. Temporal IO. It's weird. I'm doing this manually because I FK on all right, all this. That was quick. Yeah, so let's what's up. It's going to be take a while. While I'm doing that, I can probably terminate this. I didn't create anything. I just pulled up the environment. That was all I did. So not really something I would consider extremely successful, but whatever. Let's do that now. Let's just make sure all the images are here. So tomorrow I'm going to play around with it. Spend less time fiddling around. Continue reading. It's not on Docker Compose up. It's going to 33. Right, this is actually a good link. Okay, let's just. All right, so what do we have? Okay, it's going to be. You need to think about that. Provide your temporal application, environment, an SDK, provide to the following, knows your land, create latest your app. Yeah. Found. Okay, there, study. SDK. Okay. It's going to copy. Come on. Source information tools. on. I have a bunch of Nix files. I'm pretty sure the main bunch of Nix files. I copy them to this directory and put them in. And I'm ranking .org. I'm just going to, yeah, come on, Yang. No. No. Okay, so just drop that link in there. We'll think about it later. Hit add readme. Or in it. Just call it in it. I don't care. Yeah. All right, so come on. Come on. Yeah, okay. That probably will never work. Yeah, because I probably need to copy over the log file. Information flake log. Right? Yeah, study SDK. I'm missing. Flake. Okay, well, npm shell. It's in there. It's what I don't even know. JS Superbase CLI. Okay, I don't need the Superbase CLI. This thing. Okay, missed something about nfarc. Let me up and but I need nfarc control to n. Fair enough. Needed to specify that. What do we need? nfarc file. Okay, let's just add. Actually, I'm just going to copy it from the same place, formation tools and photo. Name that in. nfarc. Here we go. nfarc is blocked. We'll use Flake. Okay, so if you say dir env, there we go. Enabling the damn thing. Status of no such file. Oh, it hit add Flake X shell X and then change this. What's that command? If and there and full out there and on it there and oh, there we go. Setting up the env. Taking a while to execute. I'm going to give up. No, we don't. Yeah, more than 3. Yes, very fair enough. Something to work on. Let's just course. That's only because we're playing around to the SDK. If I don't need it, I don't need to set up a Nixenv because Docker is globally installed on a system level. Cool. Back to docs. Create a new project, add to an existing project. Okay, I'm not going to do that. We're just going to create a new project. Yeah, which is going to be easy enough. I'm just going to do it inside of this little. Just read what's happening here. Is published to blah blah. Yep. Code samples. Connecting to a cluster, temporal client enables you to communicate with a temporal cluster. Communicate with a temporal cluster includes but is limited to following: starting workflows, sending signals, sending queries to executions, getting the results. Okay. When you're running a cluster locally, the number of connection options you must provide is minimal. Many SDKs default to the local host or IP address and port. Okay, perfect. 7233. When you're connected to the production cluster, you will likely need to provide additional connection. Yeah, fair enough. Declaring a workflow client creates a new connection to temporal service. Yep, you omit the connection on credit default connection works locally. However, configure connection namespace when deploying to production. Use the connection option in the API. The workflow create a new client. All right, so we probably do that. Use a new workflow client with a new requisite gRPC connection to connect to clients. Okay, so what do we do here? Let's have a look. Workflow client and connection. We import those. Then we just define run. Get a certificate, get a key. Connection options, we set that up with a certain key in there and some other jazz that we need. If we have to connect to something somewhere in the cloud, we wait for the connection to happen, and then we have a client. Now we can do stuff with a client, right? Yeah, so now it's just running, so it's waiting for jobs that are announced through temporal, and then it can run them. Fine. Develop workflows. So how do we do that? The fundamental unit of a temporal application, it all starts with a development of a workflow definition. All right, fine. Just functions that can store state and orchestrate activity functions. Define code some user proxy activities to schedule a greet activity in the system to say hello. Okay. We define greet activity. Where is that here? Oh, greet, where does it come from? Greetings, wait, greet, like where did greet come from? Weird. Yeah, we didn't define it anywhere. This is where I'm starting to get uncomfortable. Am I missing something? All right, so this whole thing here made sense. Actually, I look for greet. Yeah. Oh wait, greet, like where does greet come from? All right. We're looking at multiple parameters, so we recommend single object parameter. All right, so we just pull in. Okay, so workflow, that's it. Workflow parameters. Temporal workflow, number of custom parameters, how the objects are used. Okay, fair enough. That was already said before. And now, how do we call? We defined example, so now we can say await client start example args. Okay, we can actually trigger a job. This is an client ID, so you define your arguments in client TS, this parameters workflow through workflow. So the workflow parameters and client TS. For this example, we set the name parameters. So the task queue finding. All right, folks, it's almost 3 hours, so I think good moment for me to check out and just get some of these. It's been a long day. Starting every day at about 6-ish. This day it was just mostly admin junk and errands. It's going to call it. I don't know. VP. So in Twitch, maybe you're still there, Imposter Engineer. I hope you have a lovely evening. Enjoy the chillings. Don't forget to watch something fun on Netflix or Disney, or whatever your streaming platform of choices. I guess Twitch. Enjoy watching more of uh, more of these Twitch streams, and looking forward to see you the next time around. And thanks for reminding me to not deal with trivial shit. Thanks to you, uh, I kind of like pivoted out into doing some more serious work. And let's see what happened meanwhile, because I has been looking at issues that I'm ill positioned to solve. Nothing there yet for me to jump on. But there is good news. Good news, everyone. If I were to go back to this now, okay, this is hopping on that. Let me see what we have here. Do we have anything in threads? Nothing. Look at merge requests. Let's look what's there. Oh, come on. I get logged out at the most inconvenient times. Now I have to like figure that out again. Whatever. No, I don't have time for that. I'm just gonna. So what do we have here? That was a task. It is related to that an hour ago. Oh, that's not the right one. Let's look at all the merge requests that are in the pipeline. Did I get anything from Stefano here 15 hours ago? I think that's not ready for updated 3 hours ago. Let's just have a look. Oh no, it's still in draft. You know, anything that's in draft, I don't need to touch. Fixed semantics of lists. So I'm also not touching that because I believe that Idrissa is pushing to this. There we go, 2 hours ago. Not quite. Okay, fair enough. Fix TOC collapses. Okay, let's clean some stuff up. Fix yo. Come on, I need to figure out which. These are fixed TLC collapse issue. Where does it come from? Fix TLC. Right, so I can basically delete this. We already merged this in. I mean, like we took this commit, fix TLC. This is the one we're working on. So basically, gonna say superseded by. Okay, cool. So get our second factor out. Final acts, right? Before I go to calm the brain down for tonight's rest. And I'm also looking forward to just going into the kitchen and cooking a little bit. Very therapeutic on a day like this. GitLab. All right, here we go. I can put it down on the table. You can't see it. Up best GitLab password. Remember me. Sign in. Okay, here we go. That's kind of shouldn't have done that. All right, probably should have disabled the screen. Okay, so here we say superseded by VPNet. What's it? Yeah, let's just have a look at this one. Superseded by. There we go. Is there an actual commit? Okay, cool. This works for me. Superseded by common close merge request. What was the whole? Okay. Fix. Yeah, well, there wasn't anything recent on this, was there? Yeah, okay. Common and closed merge request. Yeah, 183. And then do I have a merge request that is waiting input? Okay, this is my fault. I need to merge this in because there's a bunch of stuff that will need. Okay, cool. This is yeah, so that's something I need to do to help me out. That's how I need it. Let's actually see if there's a post on it. Documenting alignment issues in your app there. Okay, that's old stuff. Everything that I need right now is recent. That's also okay. Okay, there's nothing new. This thing is here. This comes all the way there. Oh, this is going to be a long one to resolve. Well, let's just draft. This is easy. Let's just okay, let's just check this out. Well, pretty sure that is already working. Yeah, this is report. Oh, Scooby installed like a dep for that. Results. It was viewport detection. Sweet. Yeah, we're gonna have to stub wrappers around it. Use effect, use image report, use effect, observer current, intersection observer. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to start thinking about this right about now. So here, info port, all of this. This is info port. Okay. What do we return? It's in protect. It's in protect. It's a state that we modify like that. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. So I guess I can tell like so highlight it. I'm gonna do nice work. Okay, there's just some minor fixes that we need to address. What is that? Question track comment. Okay, so in those, that's one thing. Let's just look at that. Easy peasy. And then I probably can already where is it? Okay, so go internet. Interesting problem. this come from? Okay, so if I work, like I say TLC, it's only a temporary buffer. Okay, so I don't want to look at that. I just want to look at intersect. Name of the file, yeah, equals input detection. We have here, say, interaction observer. Where do you come from? Interaction protection observer. So, intersection. Where does this symbol come from? Okay, unknown. Ah, shit. Yeah, okay, tests. B test. Section observer. Mock level variables that are not present, so that's what we're looking for. Here we go. Let's fix that. TOC. So TOC test. Yeah, cool. And then we have intersection. Actually, this thing doesn't really need to deal with that. You just need to stub it somewhere before the tests actually run. Here before each. Do I clear this with, I don't know, it's not a mock thing. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if that's the right place to do this. RxDLT, let's just make this by me. Let's see. Fine. There we go. Looking okay-ish. So what we're gonna do is go, I don't know, like I think T-John didn't text. Oh, here we have some MRs for you. Let's scroll studies. Okay, that one. I don't want to fuck up T-John's flow, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new branch from here. Actually, I'm just going to magic branch. So I copy the name of the branch, and then I'm just going to spin off a new one from here. Yeah, I got merge. And that. Cool. Okay, cool. So then I basically just say like, for intersection observer in the app in POC tests. That should work. Then I have another thing like, okay, so yeah, that's going to be inside of the TOC and struct, no, not there. TOC.tsx. Right, so what we have here, we define use ref, use effect, right? So ref, we only use ref. And then the ref comes in here, entry ref. entry ref. Where do we use it? In viewport. There we use it. The disclosure thingy. That is not new. Weird. 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 All right, so it's clearly okay. That's simple. So I guess that's fine, but we need to use is in viewport from use is in viewport detection. Use effect. Yeah, so this could be rather expensive. So I don't know if I want to by default always run this. I probably just want to say like, okay, wait a minute, that's a good one. I can do like some form of a conditional logic block around this. And fire it up with refs that maybe we don't use, which IMO, not the worst thing in the world. So what I'm going to do, I'm basically going to disable it and actually use effect in additional. Probably can't do that. I don't think it can. But the code below is called conditionally. Yeah. What does this thing say? You cannot call hooks conditionally because we're acting on some order. Yeah, okay. Explanation, we can use multiple state or effects in a single component. You see something newer. I'm not very good at reading full text. Okay, so here, example, you can only in this location some information, do something more like this, or even like this, my phrase, all that shit. Use the example right the first one. Example is early before the use effect is called. Yeah. How to fix the error solutions, bit idiosyncratic, particular use case, 1 and 2 above, unusual, doesn't run under certain conditions. So here, effect always fires if some condition inside it. Boom. Send you up to run. I think a condition which run. They're nearly inside of the union. Okay, fine. So that's what we're gonna do. Use effect in view. Holy crap, is that if false return, and then it doesn't work, right? And then what I'm going to do, probably pick up. Yeah, so let's just stub something here. Okay, let's not do it here. Do we actually pull anything from utils already? Not really. Okay, I'm just gonna stub function in here. I'm just gonna say const function. Actually, don't do that. Just say function. Preference, so you say preference with a string, and then That's the signature we get. If preference. Yeah, okay, so we get preference, function preference, setting, feature. What the fuck? This is tricky. If I want to look up a preference, it could have a value. It could have a value. Could be Boolean. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Feature flag. Feature flag. Flag. Just do this. For now, I'll just do this. For now, this Boolean, and then I'll just assume it always returns true. And then here I say flag. Come on. And then I say auto scroll POC to heading entry in view, right? Or to say something like that. If flag on a scroll up, and the question here is like, does this actually do the job? I do get a Boolean out. Okay, let's go to feature flags. Okay, give me a second. I have like I can start something like this. Snap. Okay, I have some information here. Come on, snap. Okay, so feature startups. There we go. My bad for that feature. All right, growth book. Growth book. That's Flossy. So let's have a look at growth book. We have here, let's look at the Git repos they have. Open source feature flag and A/B testing platform. How does it work? Git clone, what Docker Compose up, boom, we're using it. What's the pricing model? Starters free up to 3 users. Cloud hosted, yeah, fuck yeah, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. Let's just look at the docs, all right? Let's see. Metrics, that's what we can do. How to guides, let's look at the Next.js guide, probably have a couple of very concrete examples of what we need. And so what do we have here? Growth book, growth book provider. And this is all for tracking, right? Growth set attributes. All right, fair enough. Create a feature in growth book, back in growth book, feature versus simple on-off feature, like in terms of whether or not we show welcome banner on our site, keep welcome message. Yeah, so how does it work? If feature enables feature welcome message. Feature enables, so it's Boolean feature. Yeah, all right, let's have a look at the JavaScript SDK, obviously. So if feature enabled, let's have a look. Enabled. So growth book is on. Okay, so my feature on feature flags. Okay. Feature flag. Is on. Okay, cool. I guess I had the same idea, roughly the same idea. So for later, we can just replay. So flag. Flag enabled. Flag enabled. Is enabled. Okay, I don't know, like if say it's enabled, which kind of like currently. Yeah, so you just say, yeah, this is weird. If not is enabled, we drop out. Fair enough. So that becomes cheaper. Another thing we need to do. I don't think we can call something like that inside of using it. So we basically have to relegate all that jazz into this down here. Use viewport protection, right? So in here, use effect, do the same there. Starts to get ugly. Control, okay, time. You know what? Now I'm starting to realize that actually having an abstraction feature is enabled. If feature is enabled, yeah, I'm just going to say feature is enabled, right? And in here, return early. So if I say use is in viewport, use is in viewport protection. So that gets pretty heavy. I don't know if feature is enabled. The thing is, use is in viewport detection can be used for other features, which we don't have right now. So what am I doing? I'm just going to do the lazy thing. I'm just going to split that and find myself until core, give me something core helpers, whatever. I'm going to do core first. Okay. And in here, decode target, export function, and then I'm just going to say feature is feature enabled, feature string, boolean. I think this is fine, right? And then I'll just, everything is enabled for now. Horrible idea, but then here I can basically say like feature enabled, if feature enabled. Let's just do this actually. Equals false. It's clear. We return and we do the same here. If feature enabled. Yeah, I'm actually just do the same thing we did here. Now I have to import feature enabled. Yeah, go on. Enabled from core helpers. And see if that actually sticks. So see if we can run a formatter across it. You can see that kind of like sticks. Most of it. Okay, nothing that was like an excessive violation of whatever's going on. Now we just run that. Okay, and then we can set a growth book later. And then probably if we set a growth book, we abstract it away from here. Okay, feature. Oh, export it. Okay, come on, how did I miss that? Okay. Sloppy. Let's run the formatter over again, find like really big errors, then we move on from there. Formatting. Okay, helpers has been touched up. Okay, and let's see what happens. Quick return. Here we go. We have an issue. Undefined is not assignable to type Boolean. Well, fair enough. Should have thought about that. No, 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 no. What am I doing here? Uses a viewpoint. It's interesting. It's weird. In viewport, what I use? Not there. So where do I use this thing? Someplace. Something is off. Why? Well, it's intersecting. Am I always guaranteed? The latest version of this thing. Kind of, because what? We said you state, you set up an effect. It all feels like there's a lot going on in the wrong place in my head, but I'm tired, so don't believe me. In report. Probably should just name it the same thing. It's intersecting. Maybe we say set is intersecting. This only applies on what? So yeah, okay, let me see. Where else does this thing use this in viewport? It's AO2. Then why am I implementing it here? Probably I'm going to use it elsewhere. It's probably cleaner. It probably is cleaner if I don't, because all these effects here only matter if I'm going to do something with it, right? All the state I need on the component TOC is what is intersecting. That's just uses in viewport. Use effect, new intersection observer. I'm really, well, who we're looking at, let me, we're looking at, I should really wrap this up. Where is observer, current, new interaction, observer, intersecting, but are we looking? What are we observing? I don't think it's going to tell me. Hang on. Just make a note to do. Tijan. So questions are well under control. Be cleaner to find this effect in to directly because you can have early exit feature check on the effect at an early section on the effect based on feature flag. Use is in viewport. So my brain is freaking out over this because if I call this function use is in viewport as a boolean, I call this once, which means I expect this thing to execute once on an entry ref flow. What does this trigger like recon? I don't know. I don't understand what's happening here. This should not really change, right? So it is in viewport, should be a static value upon entry. Oh, and then snap. We just, okay, so if, holy crap. So when we scroll the other thing, we check if it's in viewport and it matches the current heading ID, and then we basically scroll it into view. Yeah. Holy crap. Oh, here we go. Stefano is here. Hey, Stefano. How's it going? I'm trying to understand some parts of the code. We have like some auto scrolling magic that I'm trying to clean up. And that's becoming an interesting puzzle here. How are your tasks coming along? Quite curious. I'm quite excited to see the checkbox implementation when it's done. I haven't been touching it, so maybe you send me a Slack whenever it's ready for review. I'm probably not going to get around to it tonight, but for tomorrow, I should be able to put it on top of the list, first order of business. All right, so the thing is building. So this far is okay. We post the questions, we leave the code as is, and we probably even just run test across the whole thing, see if that works. All right. One thing that I'm a little lost on is completed. It's something we have to abstract away. Is active. It's depending on whether it's the one that we scroll through. Is highlighted. Yeah, okay, that's if view is equal to heading ID, which is the same thing doing here. Feels redundant. It shouldn't. And this gets I'll updated on every render. We did a computation, we figure out who this has to be, and then we did the changes to we did the diff. And use effect, probably the same thing based on it. Heading ID never changes for one of these things effectively. I can't help to shake the feeling that in viewport is in viewport. You know, it's easier to read. Um, it's probably easier to read like this. A cheaper check. I don't know, it doesn't matter. This thing is there, it's already populated. Or it's, I don't know, like right now, my brain is completely fried. I should just call it. I should call it. Some notes here. That could be interesting to spar about. Feature enables that, then we fast exit, then we get to that one. I guess we can do the same thing here. I should ask someone who's better. Fire up two swords. Feature flags. Yeah, cool. So that's just going to be. Just going to look at this. What do we have here? Feature enabled. I don't know. Start a feature check. Just for stuff done. So feature check. Let's close. Questions. Up, that goes in there. Push that, I guess. Come on, that didn't work. Gotta try it again. That's getting pushed. Manage. Good. Some questions in is viewport detection. Should this you yes, this needs to be separate. The anticipates needing this. Anticipate us needing this elsewhere. So feature findings. Just features like checking and in there set up for later. The anticipated needing this elsewhere. Needing and then anticipated meanings elsewhere, which warrants the abstraction. So some feature flexion. Okay, with this fast forward merge into yours, and then I'll just merge for us to sort harder parts in a follow-up branch. Cool. So I guess requested review above. Just the comments can be visible, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay, cool. Stefano, let me know if the checkbox thingy is ready for me to start working on it. Again, oh, you made some modifications now. It can render all the same. Coolio. Let me actually see where this thing is. Merge request. I don't have to. I'm not gonna do that. You can just pull it. It's ready? Okay, cool. Maybe I can try to merge this right away. Let's see. So this thing here, I'm going to need input from Tijan on that anyway, so there's nothing I can do there. Let's fetch everything. Okay, here we are. All right, so you have BB to merge. I've started to cherry pick parts of what you're doing already. I think I got to this one. Now I have to look at this. Display checkboxes in list first. All right, so I believe that if I take rename input element checkbox out, all of these, I'm probably gonna diff range. Cool. It's not so much if you just look at the diff range. Perfect. I'm going to take this whole series of things. Okay, I have to check out my branch local. Check it out. Cool. Click that. Okay, so I believe it's this one here. Doesn't the checkbox is in the list. All right, let's just have a look. List. It's going to be this one. Checkbox. Okay, so here we have. Don't always see the checkbox, so it's probably not a good idea that I cherry picked the whole thing in there. I think I cherry picked until here. And I cherry picked until here, where we stubbed checkbox. I probably can squash everything there. So I think this one, I forget, he's all the way up to here. I will pick, I'll squash. Apply here, apply squash. Oh, come on. You know what? Experiment. Let's see what happens. Get filled. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? We tried to squash a bunch of these things. It doesn't quite work. Commit. Squash. I think we can just cancel everything. Let's, maybe I should start from scratch. I think it's cleaner. Yeah, and I probably actually track, local track, go, enforce. Yeah, can't resolve these. A lot of stuff going on here. Work. Okay, just no, what's going on? I need patches with no. Okay, so delete that. Okay, discard. Okay, this is one of these cases that calls for something a bit more violent. Change rules. Pro. Name. Stage. Store. Stage. Yes. Store. List. Come on. All right. Nothing. So. And no, you don't want to save. Give me. No, I don't want to save. Do. Undo. There we go. All right, back. We cleaned it up. Sometimes you have to clean it up quite simply. So what we're gonna do, I think I can delete this. Basically, match it. Branch. Let's copy the branch name. Branch. Delete after first checking out merge hack. All right. Then I delete the branch. Delete. Okay. Yes. Then I'll create a branch. Create a new branch. Give it this name. Start from scratch. All right. Now, all of these commits. Let's see what the last one here is. HTML attributes. We fixed what? Label props. What's that to get? All right, shut down the TS warning. Okay, fair enough. Cool. So I'm basically going to take all of these. Yeah. And I'm going to. Oh, it's a nice refactor. You know what? I'm just going to apply all of them, and I'm not even going to squash it. I think it's such a nice progression of change that I want to keep it all. I'm just going to have to resolve the initial conflicts. So let's pick. All right, here we go. Fireworks. What is the problem? It's me. Add a dummy. Well, what are we looking at? What are we looking at? So we have to go to lists. What do we have here? Next. That's the new version, and the reason why it's broken is because on head we're dealing with LIs. Here we're dealing with diffs. And in our previous merging effort, we already resolved that somehow, but here we have to do that manually. So I guess we do that. becomes an li, and then the checkbox is in it. Styling on headwind, so I guess this is what it becomes now. Okay. So let's have a look. All right, staged. Okay, cool. All right. And I'm just going to add a dummy checkbox to test and cover the list. That's underneath. Yeah, okay, good finish. Now let's all branches. Like how far along did we go? One. How? Okay, fine. So take. Oh, we can continue. Continue. All right. And what are we looking at? Ooh, there's a lot going on here. Lead list. Why? Interesting. We're looking at here, it's all inside of the list file. Okay, so let's just exchange. What do we have here? We have the li thingy. We add a checkbox in a separate component. Why did we do that? Probably don't need it, but the big idea here seems to be you probably don't need that. What do we have here? Maybe we should just grab the diff. Yeah, you know what? We probably should abort the patch again because I'm realizing that there are a lot of really cool changes, but it's probably going to be too much effort to figure out how to merge abort. If that abort as a C doesn't quite work. Yeah, I'm going to just cancel this. Abort. Just abort the whole thing. Git status. Git log. I'm just going to squash the whole tree. So where are we? We're there. It's abort. Okay, fair enough. So here we are. So what I think we can do, look at this whole thing. Yeah. And I'm just going to, yeah, cool. What I'm going to do, leave the merge. I'm going to squash this. So I'm going to start a new branch. I'm going to call it here, call it working squash. I'm just going to call it squash. Here we go. And then I'm going to just rebase interactively. All right. So we pick add dummy checkbox. We are going to squash this, squash, 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 squash. Everything goes in there. And now we have this long 4 feet stuff. Check box. So check display list items, right? And then this is just going to be that thing. I hope that the whole history of is there. Okay, so now I have a single diff Look at this, pretty clean. Unfortunately, the information is there. Perfect, perfect. Let's watch that. Now I go back to whatever the allocated. So we say check out branch, merge Stefano, boxes and lists, and I'm going to merge. I don't have to merge it. I can basically cherry pick that thing on top. Let's do that. Cleanest way to do it. Right, I'm going to cherry pick a cherry pick squash. Could not apply. Fine. Single short diff. I can solve this. It's pretty easy to solve, right? So if we do the next block, so here we have button, some styling stuff that comes in from head, and then some stuff that Stefano prepped, which is list child label. Now the question becomes, what is inside of that label? Input, blah, blah, blah. So we still need the li. So it's good to know. List child label is just going to be a label with a checkbox and some text. And maybe we shouldn't call that label. That's something we can do later. We can handle that later. So what we're going to do here, we're just taking this part and we're putting it in here. And then we can move the disclosure there and that. Okay, so that is okay. That closing of the whole thing, that's another place, right? Let me see. Fix this, okay, so this whole semantic thing that doesn't merge yet. See, that's funny, like sometimes you forget whatever is already done. Cool. We have here disclosure panel that comes from my end, then the text green. I think we can just drop that and just keep the upper part here. Actually write and look at the diff staged changes. Right, so give me fix, see what that looks like. I think I've deserved dinner. I think I have, and then let's just have a, come on, build. Let's just see what happens. Any build errors. So here, so we have most of it. First up, okay, so we are going to accept this. Let's just have a quick read. This child label takes a checkbox ref. Let's see where this comes into play. I don't remember us using it. Not in the new implementation. Right, so that's where it comes from. But you need to do something of the use ref variety. Okay, so now I have to figure that out. Use ref React. Well, a mutable ref object whose. All right. The complete guide to use ref and refs in React. In this post, you'll learn how to use ref to persist immutable values, as well as access DOM elements. Reference current. Come on. This is reading for tomorrow. I don't know if I can do that. Let stage changes. Okay, we're cherry picking. All right, so let's just keep it minimal. All of this builds, so should just cherry pick the whole thing on top. Okay, and then I just need to run. Here we go. Run some tests. Let's see if there's some snapshots that need to be updated. All right. Let's have a look. No tests. Come on. Ooh, okay, they all passed. Okay. What's wrong? Yeah. Just double check. So that works. My keyboard, my fingers were on the wrong keys. On home, like at least the positioning on the home row wasn't correct. The API should list a correct function or list data struct. I don't know where it comes from. We broke. I don't know where this comes from. I think there's like VC or something like that. Okay, whatever. Can't figure that out from here. So this is not going to help me out. Let's have a look. That's all I need to do right now. Because there's some new work coming in soon, it's almost certainly going to force me to rewrite parts of this. So I may as well just look at what we have and take it from there. Okay. A lot of pain in the neck and shoulder, even though I've been doing standing desks nonsense. So let's figure out what's going on. Create about section. Okay, so here we are. All right, so we need to fix styling issues. All right, shall I do this now? Yeah, maybe not, maybe not. There is some stuff coming in that, why is this structured like that? Like here, there's an li, and then there is an li, and what's inside the li? Why is it a button? Because it's a disclosure. This one is not. So there's a discrepancy between the two. So let's fix that. Which again we tackled in the other branch. So it makes little sense for us to try to address it here. I think we should keep it as is. Yeah, so tables of contents. I'm looking at the wrong place. List. Yeah, so where are we? Here we are. So list child label, that's a diff. And here is either a div with a list child label, or so this thing here has been resolved already in, as you will see here. It's a whole branch of things, and let me delete this branch. Nice. So what's that? Here somewhere. Always return a line item. So this thing here. I probably should not touch. Post this. So maybe I post this just in case my computer dies. Um, Work in progress. I think we're waiting for Idrisa's changes. And probably I'm gonna be forced to kind of like just move this along. These things are just too related. So what do we have here? Exposure button, that and that. Okay. Let's put check marks. Okay, cool. So I think merged it. We're not going to fix it. We're going to fix it elsewhere. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new branch. I'm going to start it from the merge tag. Call it. Perfect. And then I'm going to merge edit message. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we merge that in. Now, message. Okay, perfect. We get conflicts showing what the problems are. Here we go. Next, what do we have here? List item. Yeah, perfect. So we take this. Actually, let's take this. Keep it simple. This one goes in here. And this whole thing. Do the same thing, li, disclosure. So oh yeah, so this is keep this. We just need to replace. Semantics, so leave. The top level should always be the li, so that is correct. And we have this label, should not be this thing. This. Right, so I guess we go for this, drop this part. Magically, this thing was already resolved. Don't know why. See this thing renders. Okay, so we have a runtime where a fragment is not defined. Still not that. So let's just bring it back in. All right, renders again. Now, let's see if it navigates to the right section. Create about section. Why is it not there? Trying again. Okay, I guess if it auto folds. Okay. All right, so here we go. This thing here. It's a bit more consistent now. Doesn't have to look perfect, but it kind of like does what we were planning, hoping for. Okay, cool. So with that in place, let's just look at this. Props for children. Yeah, we just actually, let's run build. Yeah, run build. All the errors. Let's see. All the build errors. So far, so good. All are we going to get? It looks like it's going to build. All right, so we can basically, after this, do format, just to double check that we don't have any weird formatting issues. And then we do a snapshot right after. Yeah, okay, cool. And so see if anything pops up. 3 folks, almost full house again. 2 on YouTube, 1. Okay, cool. Doing this, and let's just run tests just to double check that all of that is okay. And meanwhile, stage that, everything's staged. So we basically just continue to merge and drop this name. Go. Okay, so right now we've pulled in this and that. I expect this is work from. I did that. T-John scroll something into view bit. That is there. All right, I did a squash. And stub. Yeah, squash is already done. That was here. Cool, I applied it there. So I'm basically going to delete squash. It's going to be out. Clean up the tree. Put checkboxes in the list. We don't need that, not for now. Okay, we're wrapping things up. We've prepped a WIP branch. We need to clean it up though. I believe that some fixes, some edits are gonna auto clean this thing up. Let me just figure out how to deal with that with Flex 3. Display. What is the value of display in this thing? Display. Display. I don't know. That is probably something we can work with. As for the flex boxes again, so we have one thing there and then the other thing. They're supposed to flex one. Okay, maybe I should do something like that. Icon. Yeah, so what if we were to do something that's ridiculous? Let's say, okay, and then back to this one, and I say flex because the parent is already flexing, or is it? I don't know. Let's see what happens. It clearly isn't, or is it? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so that doesn't work. Maybe I trim zero. Remove all the styles for this thing. Here. What does it look like? Snap, okay. Doesn't make it better. All right. Content of this is an if. And let's show label. So if here. And shit. That's the problem then. So the thing that's tricky right now is that the button and the panel are two separate components that I'm rendering inside of one li item, which it's only in this case that I really need to worry about styling. So I guess I could decide, say EG res 200. Go back to this now. Oh fuck, I'm doing styling stuff. Anyways, my brain is done for the day, so it's not like I was about to do anything more meaningful. All right, you see the border. Okay, so what are we gonna do? What about if we say we flex this whole thing? All right, now let's hover over this li because that seems to work. So if I hover over this, what is that? So that one, yeah. List item. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't do it on that level. Maybe I should do it on last name. But on that level, I don't know. Okay, so, geez, I hate this. Doesn't sound like a responsible approach, but I'll be damned, it worked. For the wrong reasons, very likely, but I'll be damned. I'll pretend that this is satisfactory or acceptable. How about this one then? What are we looking at here? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, well, then we do the same thing there, don't we? That was non-flexed. Shit. Well, now we have this. Oh, I'm just trying that shit. This is not a right idea. Give me another example, something with maybe one child that doesn't. Okay, well, there we go. Full on disaster. If we, okay, so if we say like li, then we want to have flex column. That's one thing that we want. All right, that, oh snap, this looks semi-decent. There's something wrong, and that's the discs are out of place, which means I probably have to margin left, let's say 8. Doesn't work. Let's see, padding left, like maybe the disc shows. Right, so that didn't help. Fair enough. Let's just have a glance. I open that and close that. Let me have a glance. There is supposed to be a list. Oh, the list item isn't even there. What the hell happened? List item. Where's the disk? Lose. This. Nothing. I'm confused. This thing started once. If we drop the flex call nonsense again, the disks should appear. Okay, so the disk is there until I flex that nonsense. Yeah. Flex list item. Disks. Flex list item. Not working. That's just autocomplete. It's not very good. Orderless run, this flexbox doesn't show below. This is a really old one, so what do you have to say? Two answers. 29. The style applies to elements with display list item only. So by making your li display flex, you're removing the prerequisite for list style to have any effect. Okay, here we go. Learn something. So we dropped the whole display list item only. That's the only way we get that. So we look at that. Everything else is roughly in place, right? And like this thing, it doesn't show up as I would like it to. Let's look at styling on this thing off. Checkbox. Type checkbox. Is shown. It says checkbox. Let's look at that. Nah, I don't want it from there. Come on. Checkbox. Was that it? Checkboxes. Okay, let's look at, yeah, let's look at source. Input. What are we looking at? Type checkbox. Rounded corner, blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Type checkbox. And it's the only place where we do checkboxes. Oh, fair enough then. Where do we handle that? Checkbox. Type is check. Place. Okay, so class name equals this style. Oh, should look a little more text boxy. Okay, fine. Then what I probably want on a checkbox is just get padding 4. I'm just too lazy. Oh no, that's a wrong idea. A margin right of 2. That. Fine. Yeah, all right. So now I just have text indicator 600. And we go 500. Let's keep the defaults in here. I don't care. That's something that I'll hear from. Let's see what looks better. Not my thing to figure out right now. Here we go. Let's look at the board. And then I have needs to be done. Implement left margin. All right. Something that is already checked off. Oh, and it needs to be done. I had a task about checkboxes. Yeah, let's just. There we go. Lists. There's a task on lists. So let me find it. Not there. Not there. Where are we? Source perspectives. Understood. There's this list. Not list perspective, but there's lists. Display checkboxes in lists. Currently, listener display here snap to testing, see branch. Oh, here we go. This looks partially done. Yeah, this works. I'm happy. And with that said, I'm probably violating whatever guidance to not touch this, and we're just going to go for indigo. Everything that is indigo is going to go text black. Actually, no, let's just clear the damn thing. Focus ring. What does it look like? Standard. Right? Standard. There's no good answer on how to tackle this, then we just stick with whatever is default. Then full here button. If I were to remove flex on that, damn, it aligns there. Button. Oh shit, this is hard. This is hard. So. All right, cool. All right, so how about we figure out like the button, remove the flex on the button. Right? So what's the button? Okay, so we say remove the flex on that, and we look at the icon and basically tell it over 300 ml left, and we just hover. I don't know, like all of these. Let's just work them out. See what happens. Display. Well, what if we don't display? If we like say display box. That doesn't solve the problem. So breaks up the line width. So if we say button class justify, say width full, add, and then say border 2. Let's just say border 2 for now. Let's see what this does. Black. So it was there, just didn't show up in time. Width full. It's not. Whatever. I'm going to just rip this out. Also, I don't understand how we got this to work, but not this one. Oh, I understand, of course. What was it? This child label is probably flexing. Is it? Give me a class. No, it isn't. What about this? Give it a span. There we go. Yeah, because bands are probably better. I don't even know why I couldn't think of that. Right, so now we go back to the icon, fill gray, ML, and T1. Let's just drop that. Let's just see if it aligns relatively okay-ishly. And also gray 400 is probably better because it's particularly unread. Jeez, I'm wrong now. Hell. Let's try it again. Fucking lost. I'm really confused about this. It's not a diff anymore. It's a span. What the hell? This span is there. This is there. Why is its width? Maybe I should drop some of these other things. Let's see. Do this. The hell? I really don't have a clue right now. Reload the whole damn thing. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I really don't know. So undo, undo, undo. Um, it's here until the span bit, the checkbox and the label. That's not what we need. So what's this here? Something else. Okay, some ideas on how to refactor that, but right now styling has to look relatively okay. Yet. Holy crap, the span has to be okay. To say name. Does that do anything? Nope. All right, so if I were to say diff, happens then. Oh, also doesn't work. It doesn't work because it's wrapped inside of this thing. That is the indicator of how this is going to work. Okay, so to undo. Now, do we need a span for this? I have like a label with props. Instead of a span, is actually making a difference. Let's just do this then. Fair enough. I can live with that. Just label, nice and clean. Now, this thing here will fit inside of that thing there. Full width, button there, label, double label. Good idea. Let's just play around with it. So here, label, see what it looks like. Right, so multiple labels do show up inside of this line. So now do the same thing here. Line up, nice. What the hell? Could be it. That could be it. So I need to do a display inline on that thing, which would yeah, well, it's not on the components page for this thing. Need to go to tail and CSS inline. Inline, so I think I just have to say inline. 2, 1. Oh, jeez, really? All right, so I got that there. What I probably want to do now, because now I have the situation where it's a very large block, it doesn't show up. So this thing here, how do I position this block such that, yeah, it's a button. Maybe I can flex inside of the button. Nope. Nope. I don't get this. I don't understand it. This is not my ballpark. Let's see what do we do? We style the checkbox that we can keep. So sure, style checkbox. Then we have this nonsense. This part I can discard. Yep. This part I can discard. Don't care for that. I can discard the flexing on that. What does it look like now? All right, I probably don't want to have this thing there. Actually, let's just discard that for now. See what it looks like. Fine. I'll show them. Yeah, okay. So we can't change the nature of this thing. We can change the nature of this thing. Yeah. Fine. How do we make well we should say like that's all two items and that's it. Right? So let's see what happens here. Yeah, so if we say list child label, so let's make this one flex one. What do we have? Please. Last name. Flex. Not working. Kind of working. How the hell did this actually work? It's kind of like, yeah, okay, I think I understand part of the problem here. I think I understand part of the problem here. Let's go back to that list opposition. Let's look at the UI checkbox. What do we have? We have a div, we have the input, the label. Let's just look at the preview. So we have like comments, blah, blah, blah. So give me that comments. First one, come on. Where are you? Where are you? Comments. That's the label. Label inside of a div. This div ends here. And then a div for the checkbox. Relative flex. All right. So how about we do this? List item. List item. So relative. Okay. Items start. Right? And then we have input. Do we need to do that? List child label. Well, the label should not have the. Oh shit, there's so many different child. So let's see. Where does this thing come from? List child. Yeah. Child label. All right, so we're gonna simplify this. For checkbox, another compartment for, and the final compartment for the icon. That's at least, yeah, fair enough. We can work with that. Right, okay. A, B, C. Okay, so cool. Now, if I were to remove these, what do we get? All right, that's problematic. Why do we not wraps? That's another problem I don't know how to solve. Button. I don't understand. Well, whatever. We do have to like refactor this thing, like even if I don't agree with right now, refactoring this thing. So here, what's child label? Well, the label doesn't belong here. So I'm basically going to simplify this here. Label and checkbox. I don't think we benefit much from this child label is only used in the event that, okay, so it's accessible to abstract it. List child. Label and checkbox. Okay, fair enough. So how about we go to the list child label and then we have, as you can see here, label is a separate thing. Okay. Just mark this inside of div, and then input div last name. Right, so I'll just say flex one. Let's just try that for now. And do the same with that. Post it in the div. And the label props. Are label props going to be for us? Need it. Set. It's not necessary. All right, so now check L. Yeah, okay, cool. So checkbox, we show checkbox. Maybe we should do it like that. Well, yeah, maybe we should do it actually. Like if I say that, take the diff, boom, that goes in here. Checkbox L will fit right in there. Feels like I'm doing something weird. Violation. Checkbox value. And then we can just drop this and just be very explicit about that. Drop checkbox L. It's not anywhere that. What do we have? Checkbox ref. Where was input? What the hell do we have here? That input and checkbox is equal to name. I think we need that right now. Last name, checkbox ref. Okay, fair enough. I guess this little hack here does that. So whatever. We look at this. Cool. Oh, snap. Now we have a bunch of issues to think about. Indeterminate state is not okay. Fair enough. We broke it. He broke the little sucker. Checkbox, right? So checkbox here. Something weird. Um, so hungry. I'm probably gonna bail. Just gonna bail. I'm done for the day. This is not working. Done. Partially done. Where's that even? Why is it not even rendering? Partially done. Like I don't even see that. Table. No children. Partially done. Damn it. So this is like single case. ABC. Yeah. It's a mistake there. I thought I was being clever in debugging, and I just shot myself in the foot. So everything is being rendered again. It's just formatting is fucked. Probably spelling on the button. The button is not supposed to worry about that. Fine. It's not the button's problem. Uh, it is, however, that's the weirdest part. Like, last name, transition, group. Like, off this entirely. All right, so I can't do that. Can't do that. The list item, if I expand it, it's part of the list. Okay, fair enough. Cool. This one, order two, let's say here, BG 200, BG green 200. So, right. I, so we save flex row, or actually, yeah, flex row. It should all be aligned in a row. Oh, that didn't take. So it's going to do the ABC thing again. See how that goes. Disgusting. I. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe that's the whole thing. Maybe I have to do flex there. Here we go. All right, so now I have A flex one. Shrink as necessary. This one can roll as necessary. Doesn't do jack. I don't think it was sensible anyways. Let's look at. I don't think that I understand this. Okay, so shrink. Flex. Shrink. Flex none. Flex basis. Let's just look at the basis again. Maybe I don't look at it. Maybe I just do this. I deal with this. I don't deal with that. I don't deal with this. I kind of like it back in the mix. That in the mix. That in the mix. Um, and we go back to this example. This kind of like works. I don't like it. I need to put the icon back. Shit, did I discard the icon? X, and well, that could be, well, how do we change this icon? Okay. Order to, let's not do the flex thing there, huh? Also, hell, weird. Don't do any flex weirdness. Right. 0. Weird. I don't know. Get if to fill list of line. And so I guess let's show. That's where things were wrong. Flow elements. I don't think a diff is a flow element, so I think it was fundamentally wrong. So if I do this now, span last name, so drop that. Weird. And checkbox on, then we get that. And so have that button. Weird. If I were to inspect, crap! Why is it flex? Jeez. All right. Fine. Now we just have a bunch of spans. Fine. Better. Now, same thing for the button. The button becomes itself. It becomes stand up. I don't know. I don't know. Why? So class as disclosure button as fragment. We could render it as fragment, but then we have to wrap this whole thing in a diff. Right, so if I did add something like unhandled content or passing props and fragment. Okay, so let's see, button. Boom, 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 boom. Either string or component. Put a button in here. So if I say diff, add render, we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so class name. So now we can style this. So I can say class name is EG border to, well, probably that's enough to see it. Yeah, border, let's say border, okay. 500. All right, cool. Now I see that. Now let's see, inspect. What is this? Positioning, display, block. Nope, we don't want that. Or do we? Or do we? What is this? It's a list item, so everything here has to be inline block. Okay, so I have to say block elements inside of li. The key differences, generally going to the inline elements, following the following. List item is a block level element. Whatever. I am too. I'll just look. I inspect this label. One thing I could do. Oh, actually. Well, for this one, I can basically say, oh goodness, relative. Oh shit, this is weird. This is weird. I probably can get away with left aligning something. Let's just find an example and justify items. And justify content. It's not correct on what I really want to do. Flex wrap. Flex grow. So one item is going to grow. Let's do that. It has to be a block level thing, which is going to be in a list item. It's like asking for trouble. No, it's not asking for trouble. I think right now we have a block level item inside of this thing. We could say that everything in it is going to be flexed, and let's see if that ruins. Yeah, well, it ruins the whole thing again. Yeah, I can't flex inside of a. All right, so I'm just dropping this. Oh fucking way. Margin right would be 10 maybe. Let's work. Oh shit. Okay, cool. Oh, position. Absolute. Absolute. How do you do that? Absolute positioning again. Absolute. So how was it again? Relative static, static child, static sibling, relative parent, absolute child, absolute. Let's see. State is. Let's see what's happening here. Fuck, they're gone. They're gone. Where is this thing? Where is this thing? This is the div, the marker. Not even visible. All right, figure this out. Figure this out. Absolute positioning. Can we do that? Relative parent. Fixed. To the browser window, not what I need. Come on, what the hell am I doing? Outside and also the document constantly honest act. nearest parent that has a position other than static. No static to default. Okay, relative. Okay, fine. So this is that. Then we do relative, right? And then I have plans. Ah, there we go. These things are showing up somewhere. Just don't know to which one they belong. So if I say inspect, where does this come from? That's that one. Holy shit! Why the hell? Do I do that again? Okay, so here we go. Valid absolute. So we say type 0. Here we go. Top 0. Oh my God, this is finally looking more like I wanted. Then of course, the fucker, because I made it relative, I'm pretty sure that's the problem, right? This one here, if I didn't say relative on this, positioned correctly, no, it wouldn't. It would have been fucked either way. So it doesn't matter. The marker is there, and then a span. Maybe we should do a span. Diff. Gosh, this is annoying. Diff. Can I say inline? Inline. Oh. Yeah. So annoying. I don't know. All right, so let's just drop this for a second, right? See if it show. Inspect. Why is it displayed? Okay. Fine. This is a temporary fix. The moment this thing gets too large, it gets ugly. And that's here, inspect, right? So the moment this label or the containing span gets too large, this thing becomes hideous. So the BG green thing is going to be inline block, I guess. If that even exists. Well, I'm so tired of this. But whatever, I'm just going to W2 doesn't exist. Jesus, fucking. This works, that works. This thing is ugly as F. Well, come on, come on. Yeah, okay, so maybe did I do so that? All right, something I can possibly live with. I don't know. Things to be done. So you gotta be persistent. I don't understand. I am completely fizzled out. Yeah, okay, so fits nicely. Unless the text is too large, right? And then it gets weird. So how about create balance section, this thing here. Inline looks, oh God. Yeah, also, I guess, let's see, no stories, nothing merged or pushed, at least not reported. Freestyle comment views. List, what's the lists? Display checkboxes and lists. Here we go. Check state. Okay, cool. Let's just examine this thing without the sucker, right? This can, okay, inside, how about you just for all of that? Yes. Simplify our lives considerably because now everything looks like it belongs. Margin right 10. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. And then absolute right top is better. Well, whatever. We don't do the inline inside lists. Not done. All right, so remove border to red, right? Where's that? Border red. This one, border red 500. That one, remove that. Looking decent. Alignment here, looking decent. I need an example of a long item to see how it flows, which I can do by taking one of these. Yeah, so I think full icon we can it's so it needs to be more visible. It's actually poor. I should do this. Yeah, I think I can roll it in place. Ah, shit. What does the thing again? Move relative. Come on. Oh. Come on. All right. So where are we? Here we are. This crap. This crap. What are we looking at? SVG. What display block inline block? Okay. So last line inline. It's kind of like doing it clean. So what if I make this text a lot larger? I don't have to worry about it. I recorded what I was doing, so I can always go back, copy the text, paste both times. Yeah, this is ugly. Ugly. Fortunately, label. What is this saying on this label thing? Center. Anything. Nothing like that. I go. Align. Next line. Where does it come from? Where? Button. Damn it. Button. Yeah, well, so this is probably why I did what we did, right? Where we had the diff provided me a lot more control. This thing would look. So I'm just gonna go back for this. It's not technically the button we want there, so semantically. There. Yeah, so we drop this border, relative stays. These I probably can align wherever the hell makes most sense. I have that, and then I have the span. Well, maybe in the div, the span is there, then the SVG. What's the spin? Display. What's the display? Whatever. Oh, inline. Okay, so we do this inline. SVG. But that isn't perfect. Group hover. What's the group? Group. Set up the group there. Two. Div group. Okay, so let's say group hover BG gray 200. Let's see if that sticks. It doesn't. Let's just see. Okay, same group. Yeah, well, I'll fucking look at that. Color transition in out. Color is in out. Let's see what the hell this does. Oh, whatever. Okay. Duration 100. We're looking at the diff. We're not looking at contents. However, we're taking this out of here and we're setting it up on the class name. So I'm saying lights up better. Okay, cool. Duration 100. Keep the position there. This looks okay-ish. We have to figure out how we deal with a full text view, something that has to look like ideal. You know what? I am not anywhere near mentally fit enough to crack that puzzle. So we're just going to accept our fate. I guess trying to do MR10. Yeah, that was the issue, right? Yeah, that's the padding, right? So how about we say BR10? Well, I guess doesn't do anything. Or maybe I should make it 8. I don't know if PR10 actually exists. That's the issue with this thing. So PR8. PR, let's make it PR6. PR6. Boom, 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 boom. So let's just see PR6. I'll make it a little less. PR4. I'll never collide with this thing. Fair. The text reflows over this thing. I don't like it, but hey, I'm not going to get what I want today. Display. What was the display? Display. What if you do like this? Oh, not your lucky day, buddy. Just whatever. Wrap it up. Red. There we go. Class name lead. And this one, the lead. And then check around the border. Just remove this part. Not as much as the shape matters. Maybe I don't want this thing dark. That okay, cool. What do we have? We have this. I don't like the way it looks, but whatever. Oh yeah, maybe I can do something else. Can I? Connect pulse? Maybe. Maybe I should do that. Hover. And pulse. I don't know. What that's supposed to do. Okay. It's too much, huh? I'll just say yellow 400. 300. Wow, okay, that's a little bright. This is lame. We don't take care of anything there. Just leave it. Yeah, also we overwrote something there. So border span, drop the border. We don't care, right? Checkbox span. That's something we deal with. Border gray. I know that one we keep. Border. Let's have a look. Let me see here. Not done. Partially done. Yeah. Above all. I think we can live with this. Not the best, but we're just going to call it Okay, so there you go. Format it. Probably should have built it first, but whatever. Oh, let's see. A lot, restructured it. I think it's building, so I'm not going to complain. I think we simplified a great deal. But I may be wrong. Weirdest bit. Well, that's weird. Something that's really weird is this bit. Why did we end up with something like that? Hmm. Right, so how about that? So that actually is for you. Also, then why the hell do we have this? Hmm. Also, if we don't set up like any behavior, different, what am I thinking? I don't know what I'm thinking. Ah, shit. Um, I need. Okay. Let's see. Does something seem to work? That seems to work. Okay. So we do need to return. No, what's this? Okay, cool. This seems to be okay. Well, now the problem is, why would I need to wrap this in a span? The label that's a surprise. See, does it break? Not, as far as I can tell. All right. This thing, why do I wrap? Did I need to do that? Okay, fair enough. Let's just look. Does this all still look decent? Yeah, it does. Weird. Reload. Press this. Uh, all right, cool. Fine. Let's have a look here. Yeah, so I did that. This inside. Modified. State changes. All right, so we can do one format fix. Standing desk. We're really wrapping it up. 4.5 hours. This is way too much time. Yeah, cool. Yes. Indentation fix. All right. So sure. So fix. style. The style checkbox we already did. Yeah, okay, well, this is something else we have to. Oh, luckily, we don't have to sort that case out in the front end. Mhm. Type style. Okay, cool. Yeah, so check panel. Okay, I'm gonna do run test. Now we're going to check out what has changed with snapshots. And then I'm very, very, very confident that whatever the hell I'm up to right now is going to cause some trouble. And this is probably a good time to pour fetch any changes. Tjon is stopping the drawer component. Tjon is the best. All right, so where are we off? VB and merge hack. Here we go. Branch. Okay. I hate when this happens. It's not going to pop up right after syncing. I can't keep waiting. So that's for edit message. Merge. Fix list styling. Yeah, that branch never existed, but let's pretend, right? Up, we go to that one, and then we fast forward, merge into this one, push, cancel this out, then have a look at what Tjon is. Oh, Tjon is the best. Cool. Yeah, here we go. Shit. Continue time join 1 and 2. Time 4:30. That tracks with the time that I've been streaming. I see here 4:35. So time stop. I'm actually gonna head out. Y'all take care. It was good hanging out. Let's have a look at whether Vercel has died on account of this horrible. We tried to horrible set of changes that we've just done. See, oh, it's not broken 46 seconds ago, so it's into hack. And if we go to like staging, formation tools, come on, first load, list, looks okay. Wonder if that's the actual one, but what I definitely know we need to look at is if we go down to lists and we go to display checkboxes in. Boop, boop, boop. Here we go. Doesn't look too shabby. I'll check it out on mobile while I'm cooking, but for now, I'm just gonna take a break. I'm so freaking tired. Good. This is a success. End of the day. Take care, y'all. End broadcast.